All right. First, let's choose the just something. It's 3:30 p.m. and I haven't done anything that productive today. Mm. Yesterday I left off with the tasks, possible tasks that I can do. And also what I did was I went through my Notion account and I deleted confidential parts. So now there shouldn't be any information that I couldn't share or show. So I will install Notion then. And transfer the notes that I took today. Wait. Notion setup. Did it start? Didn't do anything. I don't have a password even for this account. Not needed. So these are the stuff that I wrote today. But actually, now that I remember it, I have this time here, and because my script updates this every minute, it means that Google Drive is uploading or updating this file to the cloud every minute. Yeah, it's very small amount, but I think that's bad practice, and this file will not show any that interesting stuff, so I will change the location. I might use this even. Yeah, let's just do random here. Put it here. I don't. Although the script, I need to change that as well. File path. Wait, but it runs the script here. I could just change this. Okay, yeah, I don't care. I thought maybe it was faster, easier, not important. But thoughts. I have too many too many notes, but I will. I could use Notion also. Should I use Notion for this? What do I benefit for putting them to Obsidian? Because now I'm not automatically pushing this to my website. They are not meant to be ideas that I document like this. They're just so I'm just writing my thoughts somewhere here because otherwise I would forget them. Yeah, maybe I can keep them here. This is always I can open this on my phone. This I can't. And of course, if I when I go through this, then I might add them to do or to some other places. Canvas. Yeah. Notion. Be real. Finding joy from current life. That's an interesting thought. So I have been talking about my vision, what I will do, and how this is not maybe something I enjoy that much, and how I have already started to sacrifice many parts of my life for this life work project. But even if this or this project is not that how would I say it? I don't enjoy this that much. The thought, or there are parts in me that are very much against this life work project, but then there is that very strong motivation coming from very deep. to push myself to this. So yeah, there are these conflicts, but generally I like easier things, easier hobbies, and stuff that I have already done in my life. For example, playing video games, watching TV series, movies, playing sports, watching random YouTube videos, listening to music, hanging outside, so being in nature, being with friends, family. I like many normal things, but I have decided to sacrifice those for this life work. But even if I don't do them anymore, I'm not going to play that much sports or watch movies. I can still enjoy my life doing these new topics, new hobbies, kind of. But they just require some getting used to, some work, because many of these are demanding. So I need to change myself. But yeah, that's just something I haven't really thought about that much. I have been focusing on getting rid of the normal joy and not haven't been focusing on what I will gain. The programming is a good example because I like it a lot. I think that it's very fun to develop website, to see the results, understand the logic of code. Game development is very fun, but the difference is that they require more work, more motivation, and that's the reason why I haven't done them more, why I haven't programmed. Simply I didn't know what I would do. Whenever I would have thought about a project goal or a project, I would dismiss that because it wasn't good enough, big enough. And I did that for every project, every vision until I got here to this life work project. I want to help humanity. This is my goal. And now I can start actually investing my time, my life towards this. But yeah, that's just something to keep in mind, that right now I would find more joy from the stuff that I have already done, I'm used to doing and getting joy from. But it's not a problem to find joy from this work or work in general. I like working. Maybe I could update this. So streaming. Oh, good enough. What if I changed everything in my life to target only life work? So this is an interesting thought that I am really considering. I have kind of done that already. I talked about how I have sacrificed a lot, but I could do more, especially here. So music is a lot or is a big part of my life that I do that's not that productive. Then this also just copy it. I'm used to watching something while I eat, and that something has been K-pop music videos for a long time. Even today, I watched some K-pop performances transformed into 3D. But what do I get from this? What do I get from listening to music? The biggest benefit is that I can kind of relax, enjoy it, and then daydream. Daydreaming is the thing that I do mostly in that state. I have just music videos running, and because I have seen many of them hundreds of times, I don't need to focus on them too much. But they kind of stimulate my brain, my vision, so that my mind keeps going. But I can choose my own thoughts. Dreaming, daydreaming, and dreaming is very useful. For humans, it is very useful because it helps us evolve into some direction. My problem for years has been that I dream too big things, that I can't follow that route, or there isn't really any path towards that because the dream is too large. but especially in the last years or last year, I have been focusing on dialing down the dreams to be more and more realistic. And nowadays, my I don't dream anything other than my life work. The dreams are very similar and to the point where I might very quickly get bored of dreaming. I could rather just do, but previously it was more fun. But now I'm thinking about stop listening to music videos for this purpose at least, for dreaming, daydreaming purpose. I don't mean dreaming while I'm asleep. I very rarely remember dreams. But yeah, what do I benefit from this? Not very much. I have already started my life work journey, and I don't need any dreams to guide me. I can self-improve myself if needed. I can change my course. So I think in terms of productivity, I can stop doing this. Of course, it's not just for daydreaming in mind. It's also for entertainment. Mm. Do I have a dopamine addiction? Not that strong. Maybe previously, yeah, I had pretty strong addiction, but okay, not that strong addiction, but still stronger than what it is nowadays. But I I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to do this, to stop listening to and watching music videos. At least in the like this. So if I scheduled them, if I scheduled free time, of course I can spend that on watching music videos. I will probably, but having it as a custom, I don't see any point. And I have started to feel kind of bored watching music videos while I eat or just listen to music while I walk outside. Earlier today, I went to the grocery store, and during that trip, I listened to music. But how much did I actually get from it? Did I feel better while listening, or was it the same or worse? I feel like it was kind of worse. Music is good for relaxation, but I don't need to relax. I I can work much more than I do. I don't feel like I need a vacation. No, the opposite. I need work. I have been in a vacation kind of my whole life. So this would mean also that I would stop listening to music while I travel, go to the grocery store, go to work, go anywhere. If that doesn't really help, if I'm tired and I don't have energy to think in silence, then music might be good. But although even then, podcasts, there there are probably better alternatives to music. Okay, so it is. Is it settled then? I have done this before. I remember 2 years ago, I was restricting, or I didn't listen to music for 2.5 weeks. And the difference was huge because listening too much music takes away those boring silent moments that are required for the mind to kind of reset and have important thoughts. Music distracts the brain. It gives it stimulus to not think. So the question here is not whether I should do this, but whether I can. So am I able to stop listening to music? Because many times I would have liked to do this, but I didn't have motivation. I didn't have clear vision, reason why. What would I spend my time doing? That was unclear, but now it's more clear. So yeah, let me do this. And then the other one that I do that's not that productive, doesn't give much value, is of course watching porn, tapping. How much time this costs me? Not that much. It depends, but it's still enough that I should probably stop doing it. I have exercised no fap, no porn many times during the last few years. My longest streak has been 100 days, 2022. But why I haven't continued was similar to this reason why I haven't stopped listening to music. I didn't have a clear vision why, and I didn't have strength. I have talked about how one of the biggest problem for me for not doing more is my thinking, my brain. My brain doesn't like thinking. So I avoid being conscious, and without being conscious I can't control myself. And if if I were to do this, I would need to have very clear vision that the control happens or works outside of high conscious state. So throughout the day, week, month. But I have lacked clear vision, motivation that would make this possible. But today, now, it should be possible. It will require restraint, but this will boost my thinking capabilities. This will give energy. I have experience on that. It's just a question whether I can do this, whether I can manage this, because it requires control. I'm not going to go too deep into this. I don't know how much I can talk in YouTube. Especially this is for over 13-year-olds. But I would go with no porn and not no fap. That 100 days was no fap. But yeah, I don't feel like that's necessary, that I get same amount or even more benefits from this. So being able to fap like once a week at least is better than not doing it at all. But yeah, I'll have to see how it goes. One problem I have faced while doing no porn, no fap is when I have tried to build the IROC, use the IROC, that IROC relies fully on visuals to have some. It relies fully on visuals. And if I am practicing at the same time no fap or no porn, my mind wants to go towards dirty thoughts, sex a lot. And that has been distracting. But I feel like I have managed to control it to some degree, but many times I haven't. But I think now I will. So I can control it, and also those thoughts I don't mind. I don't mind using my imagination for sex because it will actually improve my imagination, my visualization skills. I pretty rarely imagine anything to this reality or visualize properly. On my mind, I don't see this view more than I feel it. I just feel the layout, I feel the connections, relations, but but visualizing is more demanding. But with this no porn, my mind automatically wants to start visualizing. But of course, it might be naked people, but I can use that kind of visualizing other stuff, productive stuff as well. So there are benefits of that, those thoughts as well. I don't know how, when, or if I will be able to do this. Maybe from today, maybe right away I'm able to, or maybe next week. But the most important thing now is that this is part of my plan. And I might write it somewhere, maybe. Plan, tasks. And let's do a small section here. No music. No porn. At least now it's somewhere. And I think these two are the biggest time consumers. TikTok. What about TikTok? I'm not going to, yeah, I think I won't focus on that too much because social media is here and news is here. So when I start doing these tasks more and more, I will work on my Reddit or TikTok algorithm maybe. And I will keep them active. And if they become a problem, stay as a problem, then I will do something about them. But I think for now it's okay to leave them as they are. So with this out of my life, from my life, I should gain huge amount of free time. Time for IRAC and also push towards these tasks, life work. So there is more pressure to get joy out of work than just relying on easy pleasure. All right. Trying to fill all empty parts of my life with IRAC. Is it even possible? This is... Also, should I write these notes? Stream 17. Going over random thoughts I had outside of stream. What did I cover? At least this might have been something else. Before I started the stream, was it 12:30? I had eaten. I thought about what to do next. And the obvious answer would have been to watch music videos, which I had done while I ate. Continue watching them, but I didn't feel like I wanted to do that. Then I thought, okay, I should start a thesis, but I wasn't, or I didn't have energy for that either. Should I start streaming? No. What should I do then? I didn't want to watch porn either. I had done that earlier today. Then I thought, okay, should I, or do I want to build the IRAC? But I didn't have energy for that either, or motivation. Then I decided that, hey, I'm tired. I have slept around 6 hours maybe. Don't know how well I slept, but I was tired and I decided that, okay, I will just take a nap. I went to lay on the floor on top of the mat and started to relax there. And then I thought that this is the best moment to build IRAC, which is this. Trying to sleep, the best, easiest moment to use IRAC. So thought structure. If I'm a little bit tired and I'm maybe just sitting on a chair looking nowhere, how easy it is to use IRAC. It's very hard because I get this feeling that I'm too tired. I would fall asleep if I did try. Because of that feeling, if I allow myself to go to sleep, so if I lay down and then try the same thing, try to think about the IRAC, build it, I don't get that same argument. So it's easier to build the IRAC this way. And in the end, I think I laid there for an hour and didn't fall asleep because I'm very bad at falling asleep. Even if I'm very tired, for some reason, it's difficult. But this kind of, or what happened, showed that I don't have to follow the addictions, the customs, to continue watching music videos or anything. I can just take a nap if I'm tired. And I shouldn't feel bad that I'm not doing something productive like the thesis or life work. Because at the same time, I'm not doing anything unproductive either. I'm not listening to music, watching porn. And the vision, the goal is that I will fill all the parts, all the time that I'm not doing these productive tasks. I would use the Airak. I would be on my own thoughts, in my own thoughts, and think about, well, anything there. And it's important to realize this, to make this as a goal, as an option, because very often, at least in my case, I go to the easy route because I don't have the options come up very easily. I might be in a not that conscious state. I'm tired. I don't know what are my options. I and but at least I know I haven't decided that hey, I want to change my life. I want to build or use Airak in these kind of situations. If I haven't made that as a goal, then I don't think about it in that moment. So it's important to first make it as a goal so that I will remember in that moment. I might think that hey, nothing, I'm unhappy and I don't want to do anything. So instead of not knowing what to do, now I know, hey, actually, this is what I have planned to do. Let's try it. If I fail, that's okay. Then I know that I need to change something. But at least now it's an option. And then this question, is it even possible? So I have had visions about Iraq for 3.5 years. Even more, actually, over 6 years, but or around 6 years. Then I built the first proper mind world, but that's not important right now. But around 3.5 years, I have properly built it. And I have had this vision that I start using it and it kind of never shuts down. It becomes part of my mind, part of me. But to this day, it hasn't happened, mainly because of motivation. It requires a lot of energy. But I'm still very hopeful that I can get it working. Especially this time, because now I don't have that annoying feeling that I need to figure out the reality that I have mentioned being one of, or the biggest reason why I haven't been able to advance in any field, anything. Because whenever I start to become too conscious, I always go back to that question, who I am, what is this reality, what is this world, universe. but I don't have that problem anymore. I have figured it out. So now I can invest into anything or into this life work and keep doing it day after day. There won't be these month-long breaks. So I'm very hopeful that it is possible. But I think, yeah, this. Okay. Talk about Iraq. Trying to fill all empty parts of my life with Iraq. That's still a question mark. Is it possible, or to what extent it is possible? If my brain is built the way it is, can I change that? Isolating family information. So this is a task. No, isolating confident. So this is a task. I did that here on Notion. I went through all the files, at least I think I did, and deleted stuff that I can't show. Wait, what? Riku? Yeah. So yeah, new task. And isolating confidential. So this also involves migrating the files, old files. Going over files so that I can start using them, going through them during these streams. Pause view on stream. Yes, so that is one task. One to do, pause view, meaning I will hit a hotkey and then it will change this main view. It will give information about my life work probably. For example, if I go to the bathroom. Regularly used topics saved. Yes. Regu. So meaning this script. Right now I need to write everything, but in a better system I have saved most used, like starting a stream, ending a stream, creating the thumbnail, taking a break. So very quick way to change that. That's quite important actually, because that's one of the reasons why I don't change that often. I don't want to think what I will write. But yes, spreading my mind to also see myself in third person. Okay, yeah, this is interesting idea. So right now, to recap, how my normal mind works, I don't think about anything. And how IRAC works is I have structure, different features, different views, different elements, visuals. It's like a dashboard. It's like what I see right now, three-dimensional floating windows or large monitors. This idea here is that it goes with the inner monologue. I have inner monologue. I don't use it all the time. I need to be a bit conscious to remember to use it. It's helpful in a similar way why I do these streams, why I have made 4,000 hours worth of logs, that by talking, it's easier for me to think, to keep in a topic, stay in topic. So this idea here is that while I use the IRAC, I will probably use the inner monologue or a hybrid. Inner monologue whenever I need to kind of slow down my thought, make it very clear, and then if I'm doing, for example, creative work, I don't need to think anything. I can use the faster way to think, the more natural. But I would, whenever I would use inner monologue, what if I visualize something in front of me that kind of represents that inner monologue? What I'm trying to say here is that, of course, that's me. Or who is me? Who am I? With that inner monologue, it kind of feels like I'm having a conversation with someone. Not really, but kind of. That I can ask questions from myself. Or, yeah, ask questions to myself. How that works. Who am I? So what if I had some visual like a ball, globe, glowing blue globe. What if I had that there, and it would feel like the inner monologue would come from that. So it's there. I'm visualizing it, I'm looking at it, and then I get, or it feels like it's directly talking to me, but this would happen in my brain. And I would, yeah, I would see it as third person, but it's part of me still. So I'm just wondering here, should I try to experiment with that? Or are there, how large risks involved? And the point here is this, the next section. Insanity. How close am I to insanity, or have I already crossed it? I have, during the years, I have wondered whether I am insane many, many times, especially whenever I do or get progress on my IRAC, for example, because it feels, I come to realize how ridiculous it is, how different it is from other people, and that raises the question, am I insane? I haven't considered insanity that much in the last few months. I don't know if that's concerning, but this part, or this possible IRAC feature, is something I don't know if I should experiment with it or not. Could it lead towards insanity? And that globe, so having some object that I use to kind of shoot back and forth ideas, that's step or level 1. But over 3 years ago, I also wondered about the possibility of adding people into IRAC. So there wouldn't be only inanimate objects. Not sure if that's correct. Wait. Yeah, well, inanimate objects. But there would, or not moving objects, there would be some people characters there. I will talk about that some other time, because IRAC is the project is very extensive. But those characters, I realized that I could possibly, or I could very easily build them there. And to say it quickly, currently, and for the last 3 years almost, the IRAC has been kind of an app-like. It's just just an interface, hub, monitors, screens, But before that, IRAC was, well, the code name for that was Mind Temple. It was a place where I could move inside like a small world. It had physics. So there I thought that I could quite easily start putting characters inside. Now it doesn't make that much sense because there isn't really places to put characters, there isn't physics here. It's just an app, but that time would have been easy. But I'm just trying to think, could this lead to that? What if so even with this solution, or even with the current state of IRAC, I could build characters. They wouldn't live there maybe, but I could have selection catalog and then just put some character into my reality. I don't have that great imagination, but I think it is quite good. Not to the point where I could draw imaginative lines or colors, shapes on top of my vision to cover some part of my vision, but I can quite easily imagine someone here, their height, and because mind kind of evolves, tries to keep moving, the shape might change, but with enough practice and patience, I can keep the character kind of, or lead the character to become more stable. So the point is that I could have some character here, just imaginary character. But the question here is, would that lead into insanity? How dangerous is it? And maybe that would lead to insanity, but the globe wouldn't, or an object wouldn't. But yes, spreading my mind, that's interesting idea. I know that it would be effective, at least in terms of motivation, because I can sort of make schedule and then feel that it's coming from someone else, even though I have created it. The motivation comes from me. It still feels like I'm doing this work for someone else, which is easier for humans, or at least for me, because I'm not a natural leader who just wants to give commands. I don't want to give commands. even to myself, especially to myself. So this would kind of trick me. But that example is okay, in my opinion. There shouldn't be dangers there, but but if I were to constantly or think about myself from third person or part of myself from third person and try to expand my mind in that way, or uh, and have real life constant dialogue with that, could it lead to insanity? Of course, that wouldn't be a problem for me because I would be the one who's insane. But for others, yeah, it wouldn't be that nice. Hmm. Yeah, creating that environment to be able to have a dialogue, even with myself. I see the benefits, I see the potential there. It's tempting. It is tempting, but can I undo it? I don't think so. That inner monologue, that is kind of, that would be in a core of Airak. Whenever I open it, that would be there. It would be always present. Now, when I think about it, it could be in a way. It could distract me, and just thinking about imagining that transition, kind of animation, that I have opened some view and then I decide that, hey, I want to have this conversation with this object. How am I going to imagine that transition? Or will it block the view? Yeah, in that, yeah, that in mind, it's not that effective maybe, or efficient. Maybe in the beginning, yes, but looking forward, it's kind of in a way. It's kind of in a way. Oh my, it must be impossible for anyone to follow my thoughts. I should be I should be drawing this, but can I draw this quickly? What was I drawing? Wait. Inner monologue. Okay, I forgot. Maybe like this. So this is my view, and this is, let's say this is the IRAC. Of course it did that. This is the IRAC. This is the normal normal way how I think about IRAC. That I need, wait. It takes one energy -1 energy plus 1 productivity plus 1 productivity. Actually, let's change this to 2. So this takes 2 energy, and I get 1 productivity. Because here I need to kind of use that energy. I need to balance myself. So focus on this, and then 1 goes here. But with this dialogue concept, it changes to this. Plus 2 productivity. So I spend wait. Actually, no. Let me take this off. Yeah. I spend only yeah, this is better. So in this case, I spend only 1 energy to get 1 productivity. The productivity doesn't increase, but it becomes easier to to work, to use the IRAC. Now that I have spread myself or spread my mind, separated my mind. But the problem with this is that the potential is greater with this, I think. Let's say I have a rocket that shoots gas, and then it goes this way. I can increase this a lot, but the problem is if I have this situation where there are two engines and they shoot towards each other, I can't increase this forever, but this I can. Even though half kind of goes to waste, it was increase the productivity. But this is just an analog. Of course, in reality, these numbers don't be like this, but just the thought that yes, this is right now, it would be quite nice, but in the bigger run, if I have built the system around this dialogue back and forth way, then it might be hard to go here back to this, and then I would need to start over, because maybe in this solution I have kind of perfected the way I can make this safe without both of these exploding. But with this, I don't need to think about that. I can focus on the power. So the design doesn't work. And because this is core feature, it might take a lot of time to fix that, because there are a lot of dependencies. So if this is core, the structure IRAC might be already very, very large. So if I change something here, it has a lot of connections, and I might need to stop all the other tasks in order to fix this or change it. And then, of course, yeah, the limitation. So this is one limitation, that I would be limited by this back and forth at some point, but then also inner monologue. This kind of needs that inner monologue, but this doesn't, because I'm just saying something, but no one is trying to understand or needing to understand. I'm not waiting for anyone to respond. Similar to my streams at this stage, no one is watching this live. No one is responding. No one is giving me feedback, so I can say anything. Maybe later, yes, they won't understand what I have been saying, but yeah, I don't care. So with this idea that is the current way how I use this has more potential. I can use the inner monologue. I can say things in my mind using words, or then I can just use the more optimized way using feelings to get way further. And with this, I can make this more efficient. So right now it uses 2 energy, but it's possible to get it to use only 1. Same as here. So in this stage, this is harder, but I think my life currently, the state is quite good. The motivation is there. I haven't see or felt any difficulty continuing. I don't feel that I need to revisit my philosophy. So yeah, maybe, okay. This is settled then. No need to risk insanity, at least like this. Next topic. Talk about Ajarak. Possible insanity and overall insanity. So it's a good thing that I am wondering whether I am insane or not, or whether I'm going there, because that means that I'm creating something new. Insane just means that it's different from other people, or it's not normal behavior. If everyone were kind of, how would you describe insane? Then they would just be normal. But yeah, this just means that I'm doing something that I don't see as normal. Voice that constantly asks if I should do what I'm trying to do or maybe something else. Time wasting mechanism in my mind. All right, so this next idea is interesting. Or next 2 ideas. What are the difficulties thinking? Why is it hard to think? Why is it hard to use the Ajarak? For me, I feel this voice. It's not really a voice, this feeling. Constantly saying or questioning whether I should think something or maybe I should do something else instead. So it's holding me back. Anything I'm trying to think, I have that that check. It checks. Do I really want to think? And in some ways, it's useful because it kind of controls that I'm not thinking about everything. But it's annoying because even or if I want to think something, for example, use the IRAC, it's still trying to stop me. I can't control that very well, or I haven't. I haven't tried to change that, so that's something I might do now. But that, yeah, that mechanism is interesting. And I don't know if these are separate or how connected they are. I feel like they often go together. So this time wasting mechanism in my mind, maybe I have talked about this. Not sure, but let me try to visualize it. And I might use, yeah, a bit thicker lines this time. So if this is one thought node and this is another. The obvious way to go from one thought to another is this. Straight line from this to this. What happens in my brain, at least, maybe this is common, maybe it's not, is that I start from here. I know where I need to go, kind of. Actually, I don't know. Wait. Okay. I will do this a bit different. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't work like this. So let me delete this. So this is the first stage. First stage is I have a thought. Oh, is this small? Medium. I have a thought. And then as well, just copy this. Second state is I find the next thought. And third state, this is how it should go. think is that I go to that thought. So here there is the there is the arrow. So this is how it should work. That I have a thought, then I see the other thought, and I go there. It's pretty streamlined, clear, nice. But the problem I have is that instead of going like this, I have an extra state. And let me see this. And this might be similar, might be something that others share as well. But I wonder. This is how my mind works. It doesn't happen with all thoughts, but it still happens a lot. Especially if I'm trying to come up with something new or think hard topics, that I go from having a thought to just wasting it. And this doesn't mean that I'm looking for the next thought. No, it's just aimless wandering. And how it feels is that I kind of imagine a plane, and then I go from point to point. So it's not this nice line, but it's really just this. I do this inside my mind without visualizing that maybe that well, but I kind of feel how it goes. And then it happens, it might happen for several seconds. Then I realize, hey, what am I doing? Then I go back. Actually, there are more states here. So going back to this, finding the thought again. Yeah, this is. So this kind of explains it pretty well, I think. That I just waste time here. And this is really something I don't get anything useful. Because I go to the same state, and then I might do this, or so in a good moment I go forward, or then I go back here. I continue. Just going around. This is very annoying. And then then I might go, I haven't visualized that, but I might use this, that the voice becomes stronger, or the argument that should I even do this? Should I even think about this? It's very hard. It's difficult. I'm clearly wasting time a lot, so it means it's not important to think. One easy solution for kind of both of these is just slow down. If I slow down, this happens less. It feels like I have a certain pace that I feel like I need to follow. But if I can't follow it, then I keep the pace, but without any real destination. How to eliminate this? Yes, slowing down. That's one answer, but is there anything else? This might not seem that important to cover this time. Maybe you'd think I need to focus on my thesis, but this affects the IRAC a lot. And the IRAC is the way to my potential. If it works. If it doesn't, then it has been a huge waste of time. So with practice, voice that constantly asks if I should do. So yeah, that's different. I'm doubting if I should think. It's like I need to constantly look back, look around to see if there are any danger. But what I would like to do is just go with the flow and go straight on, straight forward, not look back. That voice, this feeling, has been the main feeling that has brought me to this life work project. If I didn't have this feeling constantly saying every time I try to do something that, hey, I should do something else, it's not good enough, I wouldn't have come here. I wouldn't have started to sacrifice and change my life, change my personality, if I didn't have this. But now it's not needed anymore. I have already chosen this. It would require, so I have thought about if there is a possibility that I would go back, that I wouldn't wouldn't choose this anymore. I don't have anything, or I don't know what I would do. So going back to what? I have burned the bridges, the houses. There isn't really anything there anymore. I have used years to change my life, the course towards this. I can't choose anything higher, anything bigger. So yeah, I don't I don't see it possible without some really strong external motive that I would choose to abandon this. So that in mind, do I still need this voice? This this voice, it is sort of the voice of reason, maybe, but I already lead my life. I don't use external motivation. I have my own. And I have built my life so that it, it is already very hard to go back, or I said impossible to, but hard to change from this course. So I don't see this feeling as that important anymore. Hmm. I'm not that conscious right now. So I might have missed something, but at least what I can do that I think is pretty okay plan is that I will wait a minute. Let me put it here. Okay. Nope. Though now I remember that changing feelings. I have that process here. Chess, K-pop, controlling life. What was it? So self-improvement, getting rid doubt. Wait, doubt. Is it doubt? Doubts? Maybe getting rid of doubts affecting thinking. Yeah. All right. How will I do that? So this I will try to change. These are, yeah, okay. Let's give it like this. Large. Okay, it's already large. Voice that constantly asks if I should do what I'm trying to do or something else. DAO. Thinking. Extra large. Do I have energy for this? Wait, weather. How to visualize this? Can I? So I have so I'm here. I'm trying to go here, but there is something blocking. There is this. There is this police guy blocking me, and it's okay. So what it tries to do is that if I'm here and I'm already moving towards some goal, many times I don't see the other options right away. I only see that one, and if I make too hasty decision, then I might have missed block of gold here. So what this guy is trying to do, this failing, is really just trying to make sure that, hey, have I considered everything? But the problem is that when this happens, I start to doubt myself, and then so let's see. So I start from here. I'm happy. Everything goes good. Well, I move and then I get this. I get confused, and then this happens like 80% of the time, that I go back. But hey, okay, it was too hard, too difficult. I don't know what to do. So I'm afraid of this, or it's too strong. It happens too often, and I'm used to go this route. So yes, this is sort of how I think what the feeling is trying to do, mechanism is trying to do. But hey, you have to find the goal, or you should go there instead. But in reality, this happens. I don't choose this. Instead, I go back because it's too unclear. It takes too much effort to consider all the options. So even, yeah. So what should happen instead is that I don't get that doubt, and yes, I will lose this. I get this, and I miss this. But this is the most important thing. I will find some gold. With this option, yes, there's potential for me to find the most amount, but I can't handle this. I can't handle all these decisions all the time. And it's not that it's happening only with major decisions. Of course, in those moments, I will consider, I will wait. So stop here and wait patiently so that all the possibilities, options reveal themselves. And then I see, hey, there is gold. Good, let's go there. But this happens during my normal thought processes. So this is just normal thought whether I should do the dishes now or later. And it consists of many steps. And if you think that stopper, that doubt is in two of these sections, it's already too much, because I'm not even trying to think anything big or make any major decisions. So it's ridiculous. So I need to need to get rid of this, or at least a lot. Decrease it a lot. I can't get rid of it completely, but even right now, even with major decisions, I feel like I don't need this that much. Because almost all, or can I make bad decisions? I don't think so. The main point is that I'm already using my time quite productively, and there is no stopping. I have only developed further. Today I made 2 huge changes. A few days ago I made some changes that I already am past them. So because I am doing productive things, even though they might not be the right ones, but still, there isn't any fear that I would make that many wrong decisions. Even if 40% the time I use goes to waste, it's still much better than if I didn't do anything at all. And so how important this is for me to even consider options. It's not that important because I'm already considering my options, but outside of this feeling. So this represents a feeling where I have a goal and I'm trying to do it. This just stops me. Hey, you shouldn't do that. But the thing is, I have. Let's take this. So I have right now. Can I flip it? Line. Can I flip it? Flip horizontal. Oh. So I have gotten the wait, this doesn't look good. Okay, I will create a new one. Yeah, I'm seeing Nazi there. So I already received my decisions from a higher officer. And they granted this, or maybe I have some really big goal here. They already granted that, hey, you can go there. So why is there level 1 rookie confronting me and asking my papers? It's really hurting the productivity. So I already do this, and it's, even though it kind of resembles this, it's a different thing. It's not similar feeling. This is the conscious state where I do make the decisions, and on that moment I might go over this And I might go over this, and then the situation actually is this. Wait. That this state is not actually no, consciousness doesn't affect this, because this feeling, yeah, consciousness has nothing to do with this, because this feeling affects me even when I'm very conscious. I would like to think Airak. I still get that feeling. But yeah, in this situation, maybe this would be helpful. That if I don't plan my life, I'm not in control, then how would I else find this gold? I wouldn't. But right now I have, or I am in control, which means that I have already gone over the plan. I know where the gold is, and I don't need to have anyone interrupt me. Hmm. Stream 17. But yeah, that's important, that it's affecting my conscious thoughts. Maybe one way to yeah, is it important to think about further? Okay, can I change it? How would I get rid of it? It's already very good that I'm now aware of it better. So when it happens, when I get that feeling, then I remember, hey, I went through this. I know what it is. It's easier to bypass. So with that other mechanism, I could the solution, basic solution, is to slow down my thinking and not allow this. So the result might be slow, that I have a thought and then nothing happens. Many seconds, nothing happens. But at least I wouldn't do this. This might be a kind of show my ability to focus. My mind is not very good at focusing things. But But yeah, even if I spend 2 seconds here, this might take even longer, and then I would need to find the thought again because I left it. Which again takes time, but that's not the main point. The main point is that I'm repeating. There is a loop here. That's not good. Loop is not good because at this point there is like 10% possibility that I have some mechanism triggered which will ask, hey, you're going in a loop. Is everything okay? Should you abandon this? It's clearly not that important. I get those feelings. But here I don't get them. Because no, there is no loop. The argument might be that I'm just a little bit tired. Or I'm just staying here looking for other options. It's okay to go slowly. But it raises a concern if I go into loops. So this problem might be solved just by slowing down, not thinking anything. That's also an option. But what about this? Is it the same? Confronting it, slowing down, and not just accepting it, that hey, okay, you stopped me. I show you the papers. They're okay. I can go. But I would actually start arguing. I'm confronting that hey, this is not okay. Why is this system here? Yeah, maybe slowing down. What? Wait. What is this? Hmm. Just organize this a little bit. Hmm. I think yeah, this is enough talking about this. What this did was, let's say I have this is the normal thought process. What it did was, I should make this different color. So it might not be this might not be the only, even the biggest problems. But at least now it's more clear, and I have moved some obstacles a little to the side, that it's easier now to think. There might be some other ones still, or maybe it's now pretty much clear if I get this completely off the track. But yeah, it is important to work on this, or I don't know how otherwise I can use the IRAC. It's not something that's really, or no one is expecting this. I don't know anyone who uses similar system mind structure. So yeah, it's not easy to get it working. All right, maybe that's it. Self wasting thought. What is the other one? Doubts. Unnecessarily. All right. So going back to, well, what was it? I'm really waiting when I improve this system. Going over my random thoughts. So deleting all music videos, movies, shows. I have done some periods where I don't listen to music, but I haven't uninstalled the music videos. So I have around 300 K-pop music videos downloaded, because then I can watch them using VLC. It's not YouTube dependent. I can watch them offline. And then I have on YouTube 3D, Kipnuni 3D channel, I have a playlist just for K-pop 3D converted videos. and I have watched that, but watched them. But now I'm thinking that why wouldn't I delete all the music videos? And it's not just that I could easily, quickly. Actually, I can open this. I'm not sure if I can show all the files there on that drive. So I will just open it. Starting the drive. It's HDD. I'm checking what I have here. Then this, okay. Yeah, might as well talk about this. So let me show it. Can I make this larger? I don't think so. What I could do is I could increase the something happened. I can increase the scale, which would of course crash my system. So did it increase? Yes. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's a bit larger, although it's probably it's okay. So I have this this file, music, where I have music related stuff, and there are music videos, songs that I downloaded like 15 years ago. I don't know. These are, many of them are Finnish songs. I don't really listen to this, but I just found this at some folder and decided, hey, why not keep them? And then this is where I have all the music videos. 303 items. But the thing about this is that all of these are manually named. And also many of them have E. So I have named them first the group or person, then the time, then the song name, and then whether it's 4K, 1K. The oldest ones might be 7, 8, or I think the lowest quality is 480p from almost 20 years ago. But then there are these E's, which means that they are edited. So I have cut maybe the beginning, the end, and maybe from the middle, some sections that would ruin the slow or the flow. No, not slow. Flow. So if I were to just start a playlist where it plays these videos, it wouldn't show half a minute of nothing. Or so many, at least older music videos, could be over 6 minutes. So they have a lot of cinematic story built into the video, but I'm interested to listen to music itself and get to the main part, because I have listened and watched many of these hundreds of times. It gets repetitive, not repetitive. It's repetitive. Maybe. If I see some 10-second middle clip for 100th time. So I have edited many of these, and it would take a long time to re-edit them again. So it's not that small thing to delete. Just not listening to music is easy, but doing or committing to this, it's harder. These can be found from my Quest 3. They are loaded there, and also I have backed these to an external drive with everything else on this HDD drive. And then one, well, yeah, it's just a playlist of YouTube videos. I will probably delete that as well. Or maybe, yeah, I will delete that. And then what else? I have other music videos as well, not K-pop. Actually, these are K-pop, but I think they sing in Japanese. And then there are other music videos, or some fan-made videos as well. I'm not sure how well. Extra large. Now it's easier to see. These also as extra large. So yeah, there's are songs, Christmas songs, or sheets. No, just lyrics that I want uninstall, but yeah, 55 gigabytes, 6 gigabytes, 1.4. So then I have this. I have this folder that has different K-pop groups. And here I have stored, not that much. I have stored, or not lately anymore, but last year I stored images and videos of K-pop idols. I haven't really watched this, but I thought that K-pop. So the idea behind this was that I'm not that good at appreciating art, but also information. I might browse very quickly, but without thought. That's a classic way to consume TikTok, that you just browse, but immediately after you leave the post, it goes away. The same thing happens in other aspects as well than just TikTok. So I thought that, hey, I like K-pop. Why not start to watch the Instagram posts in a kind of better way, that instead of just looking like I normally look, which is sort of trying to find errors, trying to find something really popping up. So I thought that I want to start looking at normal details, or just appreciate more normal stuff, not from the far ends. So really positive or really negative, like errors. So I started to go through posts and then download the images, some good videos, and then I created this small collection. I think there, how many files are there? 1,500 files. And if I go, where is my ultimate bias? Not rotate right one. View. It doesn't show them that large, but these are named, so just their name and then number. These are from Instagram, then Reddit. Just, yeah. There might have been a post of 10 pictures. I chose one. And I think that was very good decision, good project kind of, because I need to push myself to slow down. I'm naturally too much into that mode of just searching for errors, for dangers. But in today's world, it's not needed that much. And but yeah, these are named just with a number. And I haven't named these manually. What I did was I created a script or an app, that app with Python that shows the, can I run it? Wait. What if I do just terminal? Whoop. Python is not installed. I'm just wondering if I can run it. Probably not. So the app works with Python and it shows an image. And then I have all the options. So it automatically goes through this folder. It finds all the folder names and puts them there to the app that I can. So if I download 100 images of different K-pop idols, then I might get one, and then hey, that's Sakura. I press the Seraphim from the app, and then Sakura, and then it goes here, and it automatically it goes through how many pictures are here, and then it creates the name or just puts one number more. And then there's an option to select multi. I think this is the latest one that I created. Was it? Multi idol image. I can click the multiple names. So maybe it's a group. Where is the Dreamcatcher? What is the latest one? Oh, there, 28. It's a video. I like this. Or then just two. What? So the process of naming these is not that difficult, that time consuming compared to the music videos. But maybe the process of finding this. So if I wanted to do this again, it would take time. But I'm not gonna do it because, as I said, I haven't watched this. To have good Diane. One Diane image only. When were these created? Doesn't show here. December, yeah. So this sort of is bigger deal than the music videos, because these I can watch from YouTube. Although, yeah, they would require more work if I edited them, downloaded them, edited them again, renamed them. But at least I could find them pretty easily. Whereas many of these, so there might many of these images I might have found from Discord channel that are just some classic or some random pictures from years ago that I couldn't easily find again. Hmm. I guess it's time to move on. So K-pop, I have listened to K-pop around 3 years. That has been only one of the only things that I have spent a lot of time and kept an interest, because often with video games, TV series, movies, music, I have listened to or consumed a little bit, but then I have moved on. But with K-pop, that didn't happen. Mainly because I started to watch content on YouTube other than just music. So I started to get to know the idols, and that was kind of a hook that kept me listening to K-pop. And then I also decided that it was very good for me, because I lacked those mm, reliable or constants in my life. It was too messy. I didn't know where to stand, but at least K-pop was there that stayed the same. So I wanted to keep that, and I even consciously avoided other music types, genres, languages. But it has been a plan that I will move on. And one reason for K-pop or one reason for me to wanting to continue listening to K-pop has been Korean language. I talked about that on one stream, that I want to move to East Asia. And South Korea might be one very good option because that is sort of Western looking society, and I could get by somehow with English, but after or at some point the focus has switched to Taiwan that I don't know that much of, but I'm attracted to the Chinese language, and there I would learn Taiwanese, Mandarin, and then Chinese written language. But because I have watched a lot of K-pop content, I have already learned basics of Korean and a few hundred words maybe. So I thought that it was a good idea to keep or stay on K-pop because then I would more naturally learn the language as well. But I haven't learned the language, and I feel like I don't need K-pop anymore for that. Mainly because I don't listen to K-pop song or lyrics. I don't know what they're singing about, or most cases. And if I wanted to learn Korean, I could learn it without listening to K-pop. And also this doesn't mean that I won't listen to K-pop anymore. Of course not. But it just means that I'm not going to focus on K-pop this heavily anymore. I wouldn't have such a big bias. I would listen to from or on YouTube music only, and use the and I would more easily search something else than K-pop. Hey, J-pop music or Chinese or Indian, Iranian. So yeah, I think that's settled then. Yeah, these are just images. There might be some meme images here, but I can always find them if I want to. It's not that difficult. So let me just delete these. Old songs. Don't really care. What do I have here? TVC MacGyver. I think I will just delete all of these ones. Don't need to think about them anymore. Done. Good. Good. Back to Obsidian. Pop stuff. I still need to delete the same from the backup drive, but I can do that later. All right. What else was there? Deleting all music videos. And then movies and shows. So I have sailed the Black Sea. Is it the maybe that's a saying? Mm. I think yeah, this is pretty easy. I'm not going to go through them. I don't have that many. Maybe 10 shows or 20. Movies I haven't watched that many. So I will delete them all. I haven't watched them, and I can always go to or get some Netflix subscription for a month. Some other subscriptions. I think there are a lot of options nowadays. And seven seas are always open. Maybe. The only ones that I won't delete are 3D, some 3D stuff that you can't find anywhere. But all the normal ones, yeah, I don't care. They're just taking space on my drive anyways. So this is settled. Do I need any more data? Then going through. Did I write that through? Thought, wait, no. Through better. Do I need any more data? Do I need to know about the trends? Do I need to try being normal in some areas? Okay, so this kind of, yeah, it has two sections or two parts. Do I need any more data? This is an interesting question. And I'm mainly talking about Reddit, TikTok, that how much value do I actually get from them? I think I have covered or talked about this a little bit at some point. But yeah, I probably have. And I think I have concluded that no, that's not important. But in my case, I already have a lot of data and it's very easily available. If I don't know about some trend, nothing changes. I'm going to work or focus on technology and bigger picture. Yeah, I think, yes, now I remember I mentioned an example of if Trump dies, I don't really need to read all the news articles about it or watch all the videos. I could do that later if I wanted to. But this also, I think I thought about friends and family. That again, this is something I mentioned on some stream, but basically, I feel whenever I'm with someone, some friend, family member, that my focus is on this life work. I'm not focusing on them. I'm not, if I'm in nature, I don't care about that. I would like to continue working. And when I'm with people, I feel like I'm trying to get data out of them. It's not just hanging out. It's that I want to talk about deep topics, mental health, problems, anything. And I feel like subconsciously even I'm looking for something new that I can use for this life work that expands my understanding of humanity. I'm not interested of them personally, or at least not that much. And in some ways I feel bad that if I even should hang out with them, should be with them, because I have these motives that I want to get data, and it's not natural feeling of wanting to just know how the other one is doing. Of course, I want to do that, but not that much. And I think the conclusion is the same than with trends, with that sort of data, that I don't need new human experiences, or I don't need to expand my understanding of humanity, at least in this way. My vision would be that I will start finding people who are interested of doing similar work or helping me on my work, and have interesting conversations with them, and from that get new data, and also from books, from psychology. So there are other sources that I haven't used, and in when it come when I think about efficiency, it's very clear that I I would get more valuable data from talking with multiple or different people and not just the same, because with the same people, friends, family, the topics are pretty mundane usually. We might talk about some history, that hey, do you remember that, or rumors, or I don't know, or maybe news, some current happenings, but in a very shallow way. No one knows more, just small talk, or then just some renovation stuff, memes, movies. Yeah, doesn't give me that valuable data. So, but because they are my family, my friends, colleagues, I I will of course keep in touch, but I'm not going to. Did I talk about this? I don't know, but yeah, I think I did talk about how I have had a custom where I send randomly messages to people I haven't seen or heard of in years, in moments when I should do something productive. That hey, that I get this feeling that hey, I want to socialize, and then I fill my days with meetings. So that's something I'm not going to do anymore. I think from now on, I will kind of become more distant. Of course, if someone reaches out to me, I will respond, and I'm very okay with hanging out, but I will initialize less because I want to focus on this. I want to work, and maybe someone will mind when they're not happy, but that's okay because I'm thinking about the whole humanity, and if that means that some people are unhappy, yeah, it's very minuscule. Minuscule? Minuscule. Very small. Minuscule amount of what? Okay. Uh, yeah. Yeah, let's take this away. Then talking about not needing data anymore. At least on this stage. Now I just need to use the data I already have. I feel I'm full. I have been full of data for years. I need to use that. I need to get to a point where I have the technical solutions with my data, and now I need more, or I need more expertise from someone else. Yeah. Do I need to try being normal in some areas? Okay, this is not very well written. Let me see if I can rewrite that. Many of these thoughts I I was napping or trying to fall asleep, and then I had some thought, I wrote quickly to Notion on my phone and then tried to fall asleep again. So I didn't think how you would understand this. Do I need to try being normal? How important is being normal? Yeah, maybe that's easier to understand. Was it? So I'm not sure if this was. Maybe it was last year, December. I had a moment where I thought about the reasons why I consume K-pop and some other entertainment. And I got to a point where I didn't see any logic behind that. Okay, so the idea was that I can find happiness from anything. And I know I already had visions what I want to do. And I noticed that K-pop, of course, with other entertainment, were in a way that, and they didn't even feel that good for most of the time. It was just a habit, an addiction. So I thought that there was no real reason, good reason to continue them. And part of me got very scared or alerted of that realization and tried to fight back and argue why I should continue watching K-pop. The next day, I realized that one reason was that I would like to keep some part of my life normal, or what could be seen as normal. That hey, I'm listening to music, I'm into some. I have a hobby that is not that very common here in Finland, but still, I would regard it as somewhat normal. So I thought that there was no rush to get to become very abnormal, very unique person who doesn't have anything in common with most people. I thought that maybe that will happen when I'm 35, but it doesn't have to happen now. That I would become boring just focusing on philosophy or politics. And the K-pop won that time. But then gradually, slowly, I started to move away from K-pop. Didn't excite that much anymore. And now I'm at a point where, well, I deleted my K-pop catalog in some way, collection. Mm. And how do I think about this today? That do I need to stay or keep some normal aspects? Am I a normal person? No, definitely not. I spend a lot of time alone, so in my mind I don't feel that I live a unique or abnormal life. But when I think about others, then compare, for example, how I live. I don't have a bed. I live on the floor or sleep on the floor. So I'm living a minimalistic life. I eat often once a day. I eat vegan food and very bland, very boring. Mm, I have decided to start this sort of project. My visions, I don't know how many share them. I have used years to build mind structure or plan it. That's not normal. I don't watch music or I listen to music, but I don't watch movies, TV series. I don't play video games anymore, really. I don't have a lot of things in common with people anymore. I talk about deep topics, but I don't with so even when I'm talking about deep stuff, philosophy, I do it my own way. I haven't read any books. I don't know about psychology, the correct or real terms, correct terms. I have just figured out stuff on my own. So I can't even talk about them normally with people who know them. So is it important trying to keep some normal aspects? And why would it be important? Many people, too many, are trying to be normal, trying to be seen as normal. They buy clothes that are safe. They don't want to take risks of standing out. And it's understandable. I have also done that. That if I buy clothes, I wouldn't buy pink because then I would stand out. Mm. So it is natural to blend in. But I'm already past that. And I'm not going to, or I don't see myself doing much normal stuff or going back. Now that I have already become free of the norms, I have built my own character, person, self. I don't need to rely on others. So I'm gonna do everything on my own way. Not because I need to be unique, but because it's just most effective. If I don't follow some rules that just don't work with me. But one argument for being normal or staying normal in some areas is that I would understand people better. And even if I wouldn't understand them right away, it wouldn't be that hard to get to understand them. So the question is, can I go too far from normal to a point where, let's say in 2 years, I want to understand some trend. Hey, why are people doing this? Or some political alignment. Why do people believe this? And I wouldn't be able to understand. Even when they explain it, I just can't understand. So is that how big of a risk? And would it be fixed by keeping some normal stuff, even if they weren't that effective or efficient? I haven't thought about this before, so I don't have a lot of experience. Because I haven't really done anything meaningful. I haven't seen the results, getting feedback of how good solutions I could come up with, because that's the result, of course. That I would try to help some group of people first by understanding them, their needs, and then I would provide a solution. If I didn't understand them, and couldn't, my solutions wouldn't work. So that's kind of important thing, or it might be. It depends on the people I find, the communities. So if I find my role in some community that might not evolve or involve any people or that much people, maybe it's just technical logic. Okay, yeah, now I read the next sentence. Can I become too unrelatable? This yeah. So here I thought about how it would affect me, my work. That if I can't understand others, then I can't create solutions for them. But this next point section covers the other way around. That if I become too unique, too different, then others can't relate to me. And they wouldn't that easily maybe listen to what I have to say. But now I got a thought that that's not my problem. Can I become too unrelatable? Of course, that would affect my reach. If I wanted to teach some topic, I wouldn't reach that large of an audience by being too unrelatable. But yeah, uniqueness has its strengths also, that I would stand out. One example where, okay, maybe that's not that important, but if I have some problem, I come across some mental problem or some philosophical problem, and I want to help others who feel the same way or have the same problem, or if I'm too unrelatable, my solution wouldn't help at all. Because they just can't. Yeah, I might have some resources like ability to change my subconscious and feelings. I have that process thought of. I have other parts of my life view, life philosophy figured out, and I can use those. But many people don't share the same resources. And now when I'm talking about this, it's not that important because, yeah, it would, every case would be unique. And yeah, I don't have to be a person that people try to copy, try to look up to. It's not that important. I'm not a role model. Yeah, and I think I am already too unrelatable. My way of thinking, my motives, my character is too. I feel like it's too different. So yeah, I think this is covered then. That no need to stay normal. And again, this is important to go through because I feel like on many levels I still try to be normal, more normal than I would like to be. So now that I have gone through this or decided, it should be easier. Talking. Relay. Moving abroad. This I thought that it could be a new task. Did I already create isolating confidential stuff? So moving abroad, that I have covered the topic where I would currently like to move. Taiwan, but I have also mentioned that I'm ready to move to almost any location. I'm very flexible. Not Russia, not Belarus, not Israel, not Palestine, Iran, China. So maybe Venezuela. And USA, of course. I'm not going there. But yeah, I'm very flexible. But it's also okay. So it's okay if I stay here in Finland, here in Tampere. It's a great place to live. It's too great. I would like to move to some place where it's more difficult to live. Just would be interesting change. This life, there's only one. That's a bummer. No need to stay in the same spot if I have a chance. So let's see, what do I have here? Unity, person, website, AI, writing, current writing. Okay. Yeah, this is for life work or the bottleneck before making videos. Drawing, painting, designing, UI UX, creating presentation, thesis, politics, photography, video editing, 3D modeling, old vlogs backup to Drive, job market, marketing, social media, reading fiction, understanding the world, teaching storytelling, speed reading, Iraq, news, communication skills, VR1 compilation, LinkedIn post about, yes, exercising, isolating. Do I have a life work here? I don't see life work because video editing, it's not that I would edit some or create those videos. Yeah, let's do life work. And this could mean, well, anything. This could mean reading some news or covering some topic. Maybe I want to think about my thoughts, feelings towards some topic and wonder about evolution. Why do I have those feelings? Maybe I want to create a presentation of that session. But the life work, of course, is one task. It might be that I will go through the plan again or think about options. Maybe I have reached, or on this I could reach out to people and message them, maybe get new opinions, new directions that I could take. Here I would go through all the tasks that I'm scheduling, whether I should stop focusing on some and focus more on others. It was the moving abroad. But this, yeah, so this is one new task. And this is another one that I like a lot. I like this addition because this would literally mean that I could look for opportunities to move abroad. I could look for apartments. How what would it cost to move to Malaysia or to France, and what to know. So this wouldn't be just about Taiwan or South Korea, but in general, that hey, what if I move to Peru? So I would expand my options and then start thinking about more realistically what it would take. I want to include this into my life because just by thinking about it, I get closer to moving. And as I said, it's not that important, but I think that this is very easy way to make a huge step, a huge difference in my life, and positive difference, that suddenly I would live in a new country without any safety net, probably needing to use English, probably starting to learn new language, new culture, new ways. And having that pressure, external pressure, I would like that a lot. But of course, I would consider if maybe I have good work here, good job, or better opportunities, better projects here in Finland or in Europe, I will of course consider it. But if I, let's say in 6 months, I have graduated, I don't have a job or any meaningful proper job other than that personal assistant, it is meaningful, but it has been temporary from the beginning. So of course I will try to find something that helps my life work even more. So if I am in a state that hey, there isn't really that much here in Finland or close by, then the motivation or the reasons to move abroad might be pretty strong. Or the reasons to stay here in Finland wouldn't be that high. Let's say that way. Yeah, that's simply adding moving Okay. Faster working method. Balance between pushing myself without stressing too much. Yeah. Faster working method. So what I mean by this is it's about thinking. I already went through some problems I have, some inner mechanisms that affect my thinking negatively. This idea is that I want to increase my thinking speed, but without stressing. So without adding stress. Where did I? Oh, here. First, faster. So this is close to this idea. So I want to add my productivity, but without spending all the energy. And stress, what feeling is stress? Stress is a feeling of needing to rest. People can push themselves pretty far, but sometimes burnout happens. Even to people who aren't feeling that they are that stressed, but their body says otherwise. Those people have managed to overcome stress. They would like to continue maybe hustling, but their body just doesn't cooperate anymore and they don't have energy. They are burnt out. Mm, I have thought about whether I can burn out for a couple of years. Okay, 3 years ago when I started the Mind Temple project, IRAC project, I started to wonder whether I will burn out. That hasn't happened yet. I feel like I haven't done anything yet. That's why. But I have questioned also if I even can burn out because my motivation comes from myself and I am very lazy. I feel like I don't allow myself to be stressed out or work with stress. I would rather just the clear the stress or ease the workload rather than drive myself to burnout. But I might be wrong, maybe I'm also what is the word? Let's see if I can translate that. What is it in Finnish? I'm thinking about a little more fancy word. Mm, I think it starts with S in English. Also, sucks. Okay, maybe I will leave it. Yeah, it takes too long. But maybe I can burn out. Maybe it's for me it's possible also. Similarly, I have thought about depression, that if or is it possible that I would get depression again? I had it kind of for years during my university studies, and it hit me 5.5 years ago on the coronavirus spring. I stopped go or I got sick leave from university, but then from that moment on I started to think more, write my thoughts. I got over it. And of course I have felt some depressive stages, or time periods, but especially 3.5 years ago when I started to properly develop myself, I got some goals. I have felt that it's not possible for me to get depression anymore, because I have gone through my life many times over. I have figured out my philosophy, and I feel like there's nothing to cover anymore, and it feels like impossible, because my depression was about me not having the tools to think, to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, who I was. I had just tracked tracked the everything, and so meaning I didn't do decisions. I waited until I had to, and then I got to a point where I couldn't anymore function without doing some or making some decisions, but I didn't know how, and I just gave up to depression, simply put. But that can't happen anymore, and I I have had this thought many times that it would be so I would be so excited if I failed depression. I I would really welcome it because I like analyzing everything, my feelings and my thought processes. So figuring out where the depression comes from, what it is, and how to fix it, I would be so glad to do that. But burning out is different, and I haven't read anything about it. I know some people who have been burned out, that it's not about the mind, at least not only, that it might be just that their body or they don't have any energy. But I feel like in many cases there are also depressions involved, and as I said, I really can't get depressed anymore. So yeah, burning out, I kind of doubt that that would happen in my case. But if that happens, I'm very interested to take it and analyze it, how it feels, document faster working methods. Balance between pushing myself without stressing too much. That's stress. So if I'm not afraid of burning out, that stress might affect my health in a bad way. Maybe it raises my blood pressure that I actually measured today. Where did I measure it today? These might be some personal stuff for some people, but I don't really care. So I measured my blood pressure and it was pretty okay. Kind of doubting the results because usually it's a little over 120. So 110 is very, very good. And also the pulse, heartbeat being that low kind of raises bell, but I think it's fine. I felt like my heart rate was pretty low, but that low, yeah, I'm not sure. But it seems like my blood pressure is okay. But stressing, some say stress makes the hair drop. I don't have much hair, or I'm already balding, so not a problem there. Might as well increase that speed. What else can it do? I don't know. I don't have a death wish, but I'm not afraid to die. I don't really, maybe I will regret this later, but I don't mind if I die at 40 or 45, 50, 55. Doesn't make much difference. I'm planning on living my life to the fullest, especially with this life work that I want to work a lot. I want to experience a lot. So if I live to 40, that's a miracle, and I'm sure I'm not that sad that I don't get to see the year. What would it be? 2070 or and how this world is or life is how this world is developing. It's not looking that promising that there would be that much nature left. And yeah, if the World War III happens properly with all this drone technology and future robotics, AI, thinking about living past 40, not important. Faster working method. I have used these nodes to represent one thought and then the next. How quickly do I go from one thought to another? That's interesting. Yeah. I don't go very often. I don't go very fast often. But I would like to increase it. I would like to. So these are some development. Some development stuff that I would like to get rid of this. And if I manage to do that, then I don't have to think about this anymore. But increasing the speed is sort of infinite. So there wouldn't be any moment or point where I would decide that, hey, this is enough. I can always try to push to my limits. Or, yeah, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is this should be close to the core of IRAC. Very similarly than what where did I put that? I talked about yeah, this. I talked about how the inner monologue is also at the core. It's very, very fundamental. This speed rule, kind of reminder, should also be there that shows or reminds the goal is to think fast. Think fast, go from node to node without any unnecessary stops. This is one stop. This is another. this is another. But you have to write it somewhere. This has been, or the metronome, the beat, the rhythm, clock speed has been on most of the IRAC versions, Mind Temple versions. So I'm not going to forget this. I think the main point here was that the stress, but now that I went through it, I don't feel that will cause any problems. Of course, I will try to eliminate any stress when I think about what to do, my options. I do feel very strongly all the emotions. If I feel anxiousness, I feel that, and I have motivation to get rid of it. So improve myself, get rid of that unnecessary anxiousness. So stress is very similar. If I feel that, hey, I'm stressed, I feel those negative neediness that I need to do rather than I want to do, or there's an option to do, then I have already enough experience that I know to get rid of that negative pressure, negative feelings. But yeah, just to add new or this idea to the table, that a reminder that, hey, I might want to focus on trying to speed up my thought processes, and also remember that it will cause stress. But yeah, that's enough. Let me write something here. Talking stress, burnout, depression. And yeah, talking about speed of thought. All right, that's finished. I have other thoughts. (7:30 p.m.) What do I need? What do I want to do? I have made decisions today on the stream that will take some time to get used to. That music, well, music, no music and no porn. Those are very large changes to my life. Normally, or previously, I would, on these situations, I would stop the stream and maybe sit down and start watching music videos. The process to relax. but now I can't do that. So that's why I'm trying to think, what do I want to do? So instead I could just meditate, use or build IRAC. And yeah, and then I have a lot of things I can or I should do outside of stream, like continuing the thesis, reading the Gamifying Politics project documents, doing the migration. Oh, finishing the stream. Do I have the right thumbnail? I think I have. My setup self-improvement. Ooh, I don't have. I think self-improvement was the only one, yeah. I still have that 200% zoom. So let me go here, try to find what's going on. Okay, better. So this and this self-improvement. Can I move both of these? Probably not. Ah, can. Ah, wait, but I will just. What is good? 100? Maybe 90 is better. Ah. So let's do self-improvement and wait. No. View, select, Control Shift. Ah, wait, no. That copies. So layer, let me create a new layer. Yeah. And let's draw. Is it Control B? No, it was P, I think. Yes. Hardness, 100%. Better. And color. Do I even have that here? What was it? This? Is this self-improvement? What is the color? D0BFF. Let me go and see from OBS. color is, yes, that's correct. Yeah. Though that doesn't look good if it terrible. So Control Shift S, and this is just self-improvement. Nice. And then Control E. I think that's okay. Export. And the text. Yeah, I don't know. I will write some title for this video.